Hello, all, and welcome back. We're going to get started with segment 2 of our program today, Smarter Play. Just want to remind you, our hashtag is the Graduate Show 17. You can follow along on Twitter at SVAIXD. And it's there that you can talk with the presenters and ask them any questions you have. You'll have the opportunity to speak with them during the breaks, during lunch, and a really good opportunity to speak with them at our exhibition. So directly following the presentations here in the theater, just a few blocks away on 26th Street between 10th and 11th Avenue, for those of you here physically, we have an exhibition where you can see and play and interact with all of the products and services and ideas that you'll see here on the stage. So please join us there, starting at 4 o'clock, right after this is over, for drinks, some snacks, and discussion with all of the speakers from today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our next speaker.
Hello. There is no reason to panic. I'm not here to talk about Justin Bieber. I'm not here to talk about Radiohead as well, but you ought to know that neither of these artists' sounds would have been the same without synthesizers. Now, synthesizers are amazing because they take this and turn it into this. And how they're able to achieve this effect is by taking electricity, turning it into sound, and morphing that sound so it becomes music. Way back when, this is what synths looked like. They were huge, complex, and you practically had to be a genius to get even a simple sound out of one. Over time, they became smaller, sleeker, more affordable, and as most things, found their way onto computers, which was awesome for me because I grew up in a place where I didn't have access to hardware synthesizers. But when I tried to explore synthesizers, I was confronted with interfaces that looked like this. And I had no idea where to even begin figuring these things out. And the fact remains that synths are amazing, expressive tools, but it's this very expressive nature that makes them so complicated. And they provide no entry point for beginners. In order to address this, I created an interactive website called SignalFlow. SignalFlow is based on 3 key problems that surfaced during my research. The first is that of cognitive overload. Synths throw every single parameters at you when you open them up. And as a beginner, it's not the best feeling to have 45 knobs staring at you in the face. I wanted to simplify synths down to their most essential components and introduce them one by one so the user knows exactly what's happening as sound travels from one component to the other. I'm going to take you through what this experience looks and sounds like, but be warned that this contains unshaped sounds which might be a little jarring. So you start with a power switch and you get your first component. You can add new elements to the circuit just to see how the sound is shaped as it moves from one component to the other. And you can add modulators to see how this sound can be shaped over time. While this was a great way to get people comfortable with synths, I realized that there was really no understanding as to what was happening under the hood. And the problem is that in order to figure this out, people have to refer to synth tutorials that are focused on replicating a specific sound. And they have to navigate away from their synths, absorb knowledge, and come back to them. And this process is full of friction. So people become more interested in trying to follow the instructions of the tutorial than experimenting and making new discoveries. In this realm, theory and practice seem to be two different things. And I wanted to see what happens if you combine them. So I added a feature where I'm able to open up each component and see how it actually works by reading a bit about each control. and then you can close it and go back to jamming. And finally, there are a lot of learning tools that teach you how to use complex systems. But while they're really good at sorting out the fundamentals, they don't really take into account the context in which you're actually going to be working. And I wanted to see if I could bridge the gap between my product and pro audio software. So I added a feature where you could see how each parameter looks like in the most common commercial synths found out there. Signal flow was an exercise in understanding complexity by reducing it to its most simple components. After all, what is complexity if not simple things piling up? But the thing that really kept me going was moments like this. This is what happened after one of my synth sessions, where I got a room full of 5 people who knew nothing about synthesizers and gave them just enough knowledge to start putting it together in unexpected ways. And they weren't replicating anyone else's song, they weren't doing covers, they were making their own original music, which was so exciting. And I realized that what giving people the knowledge to experiment does is frees them up to combine it in ways that make sense to them. And what you end up with is really unique combinations of things that no one else could have thought of. And I believe this pattern holds for the future of education, which is not around creating lists of actions for people to follow, but giving them just enough knowledge to experiment and creating space where they can put this knowledge together in unexpected ways. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Xingyan Lim. I love going to art museums, and I've been to a lot of them. But not all the museum experiences were the same. They depended on how much context I knew about each art pieces. So, I want to improve the quality of museum experience visit. I believe this quote applies for any art museums around the world. They may not they may not be been built to suit everyone's interest, but they should be open for anyone who come to relax, come to enjoy art, or just come to hang out. And this is a trend of how many people are attending museums these days. There's some up and downs, but they're constantly growing. Then what are the art museums currently doing to suit all these museum attendants? There's 3 major services. Museum apps are most known ones for these days. They're great and they're a lot of interesting and dynamic and customizable contents are there, but you need to first download it. Second, I love this one. They're museum tours and they allow you person-to-person interactions. But if you're not there during the scheduled time, all these interactions will be missed. And this is the most traditional way and common way how museums have communicated to us. But if you don't know any art terms or even the language itself, you just can't understand anything. So let me introduce PlayArt. It's a kiosk in art galleries to help you understand and appreciate art through simple gameplay. It has 3 parts. First, instruction of how to use the kiosk. Second is a touch screen, where you play the game and an audio set. So how does it work? You first observe what's going on in the gallery. There's a lot of artwork, so let me imagine you're standing in front. And do you see anything unusual? There's a PlayArt symbol. play art symbol on the label, and it will hint the visitors that this will be part of the play art game. So please take a look at this painting with more intense, closer look, and pay attention to details. And when you're done, you come back to the kiosk and start playing. This is what you will see: an altered image of the original paintings located in the gallery. 3 minutes to play, 5 spots. And all these 5 spots will be altered to point the interest, reveal point of interest. And when you're stuck, there's always hint button. It can guide you to the next step. All these point of interest can be about the artist, or the theme of the painting, or any other interesting facts about the painting or the artist. And what happens when you spot one? Play art will have a short audio that uses conversational tone and casual language to describe what's going on in the painting. And it will help you understand and appreciate the art in more depth. And this is what you'll see in the screen. It's a reference. It can guide you with the pair of the audio that's paired with the audio. And let me help you imagine how this really works with a story. Here's Julie, who's an experience seeker. One day, she reads about a new exhibition. So she goes to art museum. When she's there, just like many of us, we skip the wall text. And then she looks around the gallery, and she goes back to the normal life. This is not as memorable or as valuable as any other museum visits we have before. Then let's add play art to this. When she's at the art gallery, there's a kiosk in the middle, and there's curiosity of what this is. So she approaches to it. And then she tries to play it, but it's hard. So just as instruction says, she goes to the art. And then she takes time to look at the artwork. And when she's back, she can actually play the game. And when she can correctly spot all 5, she gets a reward, and as well as the reward of hearing the description and audio. And just like all of us, when we achieve something, we just post it somewhere. And we just made the museum experience game plus leisure plus learning experience. So what play art is to enhance understanding of artwork through a simple gameplay. And it's a reminder of how valuable the context is in appreciating art. And that many of us have also neglected before. So for next time, it's just how the reading context will really make your experience more valuable and more memorable. So when we're done with the show, please come to our exhibition space and give a try to play art. It will help you deepen your understanding and appreciation of art. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to start by talking about my family. And this picture is very special because it shows one of those rare moments when we all got to come together. It was taken in January 2011. But you see, we live all over the place. So as I said, this is rare. And just for the record, that's me in the corner. But what's important about these people, aside from the beautiful people in it, is the numbers. There's 27 of us in it, out of which 7 have had major brushes with depression. Now, this is 25% of people in the frame. Depression is something that affects 6.7% of Americans. That's roughly 15 million people. And according to the National Institute of Mental Health, 80% of people who are dealing or struggling with depression go untreated. It's increasing at an approximate rate of 20% every year, which has led the World Health Organization to label it an epidemic. Now, I really only learned that this condition was present in my family when I myself was diagnosed about a year ago with something called dysthymia, which is a minor but chronic form of depression that affects 2% of Americans in a given year. Some of its symptoms include prolonged melancholia or sadness, lack of energy, paranoia, and anxiety. So it was dealing with my own condition that led me to realize two things. One, for those who've never struggled with depression, it's something really hard to understand. And for those who are struggling with it, it's really hard to express. This creates a major gap in our public discourse. And this gap leads to stigma, which is probably the biggest enemy that mental health care faces, not just in America, but all over the world. You see, despite its prevalence, many still believe that depressed people can be talked out of it, get it together. But these things don't necessarily apply for those who are struggling with a major psychological and physical disorder. Depression, it's a serious illness. It's not a sign of weakness, and it's not a character flaw. Treating it as a personal problem or not a real illness can lead depressed people to not seek professional help and isolate themselves. This is also known as social distancing. I believe that eradicating stigma and social distancing should be a top public health priority. So I started SOA, a series of didactic experiments that help people who've never struggled with depression empathize with those who are struggling with it. In SOA, participants assume the role of an engineer on a mission to discover what's causing their planet or his or her planet to die. And SOA has two functions. One, subvert the traditional arcs of video games, those of bulking up, as you play, you get more armor or more weapons. And repurpose them to tell a story about the impact of depression through its physical impact. And two, reinforce the fact that depression is treatable. According to cognitive behavioral therapy, this is a pattern of negative thoughts that, with enough practice can be recognized and broken. So starting with experimental interfaces, I try to build empathy for those people who suffer from depression by putting regular people who haven't had it in their shoes. And my first experiment was the numbness anxiety test, where participants wear a magnetized glove and drag an object through an interface in order to solve a series of connect the dots puzzles with a time constraint of 1 minute. As they move around the object, they realize that even though they're executing a simple task like they normally would without a physical impairment, even basic actions require tremendous amount of energy and concentration, which can be a struggle when trying to solve a simple task. And this is very similar, or almost exactly, what a person suffering from depression goes through when trying to do something as simple as getting up from bed to go to the kitchen and grab a cup of coffee. Now, the glove itself is designed to simulate numbness and sluggishness, a sensation that is created by the magnet strips on the hand and the sheet of metal that covers the board where the interface is projected on. While the puzzles emulate simple tasks that grow in complexity over time. Success is measured by completing the puzzle, like I said, in under 1 minute. And users are rewarded by moving on to a more complex new puzzle and being prompted to remove magnets from their glove. They get penalized if they don't do this under a minute, and they're asked to add more magnets to their glove and watch and have to reset and do the puzzle all over again. Now, this set of interactions are not designed to be easily solved. They're meant to be stressful, they're meant to be straining, but at their core, they're meant to be ultimately achieved. I wanted to explore the dynamic of games because I firmly believe that games in all forms are intrinsically learning experiences. You see, before you play any game, whether it's a board game or a video game, you have to learn the rules. Before you get deeper into the dungeon, you have to play through level 1 and learn the tutorial. So in games, we tackle challenges more creatively, and we're more likely to reach out for help while solving problems. That's why World of Warcraft is so awesome. And Rollo May, an existentialist psychologist, said that depression is the inability to construct a future. Through SOA, I'd like for the future to be able to take this outside of the experimental context and turn it into a tool that not can only stop stigma, but it can also help us understand not just depression, but other mental struggles like schizophrenia or dementia, and even PTSD. So I agree with this quote by Jane McGonigal because I'm a living proof of it. And I believe that the opposite of depression is play. Thank you.
So, by the age of 7, most children are completing the foundation of the reading skills. It's here when they are moving from learning to read to reading to learn. And it's because of that, struggling readers begin to show significant gaps in this ability. According to UNESCO, 1 in 4 children in America grows up without learning how to read properly. Moreover, they predict that if a child is not reading proficiently in the 4th grade, he or she will have a huge chance of falling behind in the future grades. So, there are many causes that make kids struggle to read. One of the most common causes is the difficulty of understanding the relationship between letters and sounds. This issue can generate a lack of interest from kids into reading activities, even when they already know how to read. So, how might we help kids better grasp letter-sound relationships? And even more important, how might we make this learning to happen naturally and joyfully? Hello, my name is Paola Rangel, and this is Major Tom. Major Tom is a cosmic detective who is embarking in a heroic mission to find the planets that have been stolen in the Milky Way galaxy. But Major Tom is also a compelling game that promotes reading skills in 6 to 8 years old who are struggling to read. To do that, the game applies researched educational strategies to help kids better grasp letter-sound relationships through color, phonics, and word patterns. So this methodology is influenced by the Barton system. This method has been researched and is evidence-based since the 90s, and it aims to help kids to improve their decoding language skills. So to start playing Major Tom, kids going into the game application, then they can select a level in the galaxy map. Later, practice reading simple passages before they start playing one of the 3 mini-games. Each mini-game will be focused on a specific reading skill. The first one is focused on color, the second on phonics, and the last one on word patterns. But now let me show you how the game works. So this is Major Tom again, and now we're going to the galaxy map where kids can select a level to move forward. In this case, we're gonna play the first level in the first constellation. So as I said before, each level has simple text to encourage interactive reading through space exploration before kids move forward with one of the 3 mini-games. So here the goals are that kids can reinforce their reading skills, get new vocabulary, and get more word context through real NASA information. But now it's time to play. So this is the game focused on color. As a player, my goal is to help Major Tom to collect the planets with this galaxy. To do so, we need to collect the planets with a specific color. In this case, we are collecting all of the red planets. So this color game is the introduction to pattern recognition. It's an important step before kids can move forward with more complex patterns, such as sounds or letters. It will also help them to improve their ability to create mental representations. Now it's time to play our second mini game. We should go back to the galaxy map and select our first level in the second constellation. The goal here is to collect all of the letters that makes a specific sound. In this case, we are collecting all of the letters that makes the E sound. The benefits of playing this game is to help kids get a better understanding of sounds and letter patterns and how they work together. And finally, this is the last mini game. It is focused on word patterns. The goal here is to spell words by answering questions or completing sentences. To do that, we have to drag and drop letter planets inside the orbit. The benefits of this game is to identify relationship between letters and create visual semantic cues by combining them. So learning English as a second language 4 years ago was the beginning of my interest in understanding how we learn and what is the best ways that we learn. And later when I joined ISD, and after some design explorations, I realized that if I was going to dig in more about learning process, kids are the most enriching people to learn from. So during the last year, my goal was to prototype games that promote literacy skills on early grade learners. Being a volunteer at the Brooklyn Free School was the most enriching experience that I got through this process, because was there when working with kids and teachers, I understood the real value of their reading development. Later, this journey continued from prototyping a ground game where kids can move and jump while learning a reading lesson, to using letter stickers to create words, games, and add meaning to book stories, to finally start ideating and prototyping digital games to challenge writing and reading skills. So today my goals are to design new levels, adding more complexity and new principles to the mini games. To do so, I need to continue understanding and learning about the decoding language issue by working with teachers and parents and kids. And of course, to continue improving the user experience of the game through this learning. So with this in mind, my ambition is to bring Major Tom to classrooms to support existing learning methodologies, where educators and parents can customize the game based on the child's skills. And maybe Major Tom in the future will teach them about science or learning a new language. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much. I've really enjoyed the chance to hear everything from music education, art appreciation, depression awareness, and reading skills and pattern recognition. And what we're really talking about here is work that is very serious, but also has real learning components. And so one question, and we can actually just go down the line, that I would love to hear from all of you is, how did you, what's the spirit of the work that you brought? Knowing that you were trying to get to something that felt really joyful and empathy building, but that the work actually is quite detailed, and you all chose very challenging fields to work within. And so maybe we'll kick off with Sarah talking about play art.
Can I go second?
Okay. Ritwik, tell us how that worked with Signal Flow.
Sure. I was a music journalist, but I had no idea how music was made, and I had never made music myself. And I would have all these musician friends who would have so much fun just jamming out, but there seemed to be a real barrier to get to that point where you actually could do that. And I really wanted to reduce that barrier because I thought that that experience should be for everyone. It shouldn't be for a select few who sort of the world says can perform music.
Great. So almost a spirit of exploration and inquisitiveness. What about you, Jillian?
Well, for me, I think it was a lot of inspiration from being a gamer and really realizing that games can be a lot more than fun and can actually be really powerful experiences in getting you to be in the shoes of someone else. I was particularly impressed by a game called Ether One that has an amazing narrative about trying to save the mind of someone with dementia. And I think to me that was the starting point to start considering, well, how can I bring something like this into depression? So
One of the things I like that you mentioned was the idea that games become a really fertile ground to be able to ask for help and express the things that you don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and I think like that's why I brought up World of Warcraft and that's why online multiplayer games are so big. There is something powerful about them that brings people together. And during my research, I found out a lot about people that actually build relationships. They might not necessarily see or be physically in the same place, but they come together, and I think that's one of those really powerful elements about video games.
Thank you. Paula, how about for you? And also, hat tip for the David Bowie reference, much appreciated.
Yeah, it was the Julian idea. I think that I remember that when I start prototyping Major Tom in the beginning, I show Julian's my drafts, and he say, "Oh, this story is about Major Tom." And then everybody in the class was like, "Oh, Major Tom is so cool name, just use it." For me, I think that working with the kids at the school was like the most important moment in my thesis. So when I started working on thesis, my idea was to help them to learn to read. But then in the school, I just realized that this is a natural process, like for them, they can learn so quickly. But there were other kids that were having trouble to reading. They were not engaged into reading activities. So just at that moment was like, okay, this is where I can help. As a designer, I can do something for them.
Great. And for me, I have background in fine art, and I have worked in art museums before. So when I came to the program, I didn't know what to do. But while I was thinking about thesis, I was like, how should I do something about what I really enjoy? But when I was thinking about all things I like, I realized it's been a recent thing that I started going to museums and really love and appreciate how much value there is. And how I got there was how much I know about things. And if I didn't have any art education, or I didn't understand any of English or any main languages they spoke, I realized all those could be missed, and that's actually missing from a lot of people. And the art museums have been become a place for fun or for young people, but the learning part is still somewhat missing for me. So that's how I came to this project.
And interesting, how do you surface things that might otherwise not be expressed as far as art history knowledge? One thing that I'm curious about with this group in particular is how you find a visual language that helps connote the playfulness you're going for, but also really conveys professionalism. And Ritwik, maybe we'll start with you on that.
So historically, a lot of music making equipment has not been super playful. The one synthesizer that really inspired me on this project was Teenage Engineering's OP1. And one of the design decisions that they made was to make it look like a toy. And on the surface, it seems like a really stupid thing to do. Why would you want to make something as serious as a synthesizer look like a toy? Because they had all these funny graphics of boxers and tape machines and all these really colorful, bright, colorful displays and so on. But at the same time, the machine was really powerful, and the playfulness of it kind of made it a little approachable and helped people take this preconceived notion of synths being really complicated away. And that really inspired me to find a visual language that communicates well, but at the same time doesn't look super janky.
Super janky, big no-no.
Well, I think for me, well, first of all, I'm a huge comic book fan, and if we actually look at like current video games, like the art value and the production value is usually really open. Like there's a lot of room there to explore. And for me to get where I got, I had to come up with a story first, and then use that story to kind of craft and define all of the things that made SOA what it ended up being. And the story was an astronaut exploring a giant, floating through space, and that was really the route that informed the rest of the design, and trying to create wearables. And as for creating the language, well, like I said, I noticed that there's a lot of room to create freely certain visual languages, and I'm digressing. I think like it was really coming up with the story first, and having like a compelling story in order to come up with the visuals.
So for me, when I started designing Major Tom, I remember that, so I went to the Brooklyn Free School one time per week, and every Friday, it was every Friday. And the Fridays we went to the playgrounds. But the first 2 hours, we have time to play with the kids. And they were playing with blocks and were playing with Legos. And they love to make spaceships. And they were into Star Wars books and stories. So when I started designing Major Tom, it was like, and it had to be something about, astronauts, spaceships, something like that.
When I was thinking, there's a research, or when you think about our museum, they already have contents there. And what's missing there is how they are communicating to you. And that's where I think the playfulness needs to be the bridge to gap you and the contents. So that's how I came to do some more game. And I probably mentioned during my presentation a couple times, but how they're using their language is currently what I think is a problem. There's a language, the tone, the seriousness, or how the professional terms they use are not really communicating to the people who are novice to the museum experience. And I think the game could be, because game is for anyone, and it doesn't communicate to you, oh, you need to be perfect. So that's how I have come to this playfulness, art, and learning together.
Finding the joy in some of that work. Just quickly, as a last question, you've all described how you had some deep affinity or subject matter expertise in the area you've chosen to pursue. But I'm curious, in conversations with your target audience members, was there any aha moment that either convinced you were on the right path or made you realize you had a lot of work to do? I'm curious if there was like one moment that really crystallized or was a turning point in your project. And maybe Paula, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think that for me, the most aha moment was like when, as I told you before, like working with the kids and doing the paper prototypes, like how can I teach them, or how can this artifact can help them to learn to read? But then was like, no way, there is some kids that they don't like to read. They are learning to read. They are spending too much time reading. So I think that realizing this issue was like, this was the moment where I decided to move forward with Major Tom and make a digital game to help them.
To me, it was a little bit on the personal level of just trying to to explain to other people what I was doing, facing the fact that, okay, I have to open up myself to talk about this, and really find that moment of discomfort. Like, I kind of feel ashamed about, talking or saying that, I'm going through this. And then hearing and finding out the same with those that I had the chance to talk to. But then you cross a certain moment when, like once you get past that threshold, the conversation just starts flowing. And when I spoke with other people that have struggled with similar issues, you start like finding affinity with them and like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And, like feeling like really heavy or like, like your blankets in the morning feel like lead. Yeah, for me it was that.
For me, it happened when I interviewed one of my role models, Brian Crabtree, who is an instrument maker. He creates an instrument called the monome. And he said that curiosity will teach you synthesis. And when he said that, I realized that what I'm designing for is creating curiosity in people. I'm not necessarily trying to force a curriculum on them. I'm trying to get them to become curious about something so they get inspired to find out more about it. And so I scaled back from designing the whole synthesizer to starting with just the basic components so they get inspired to dig deeper and look further into what they're actually doing.
I think curiosity inspires synthesis is a process note that all the designers in the room can sort of nod actively in agreement with. And Sarah, how about you? Any ahas?
My aha moments came when I was visiting art museums. So most of field visits gave me a lot of aha moments. But during the winter break, I've been to a couple of Japanese museums, and I see a lot of couples. They're young, like in 20s or 30s, and anything unexpected happening in museums. So when I was there, I saw a lot of 3D glasses, like paper 3D glasses, and people were just freely approaching it and trying them. And that was the aha moment where I thought of people actually likes experiencing things. If there's something we are familiar with using, but at the same time, that's not really, it's like awkwardly fitting with the museum setting.
Thank you all so much. Excellent work.
Thank you.
And next up, we have the theme Happier Homes. Enjoy.
Yeah. This is my daughter, Jane. She's 2 years old. She loves getting into things and play. But she's also a picky eater. So how do I get her to eat healthy ingredients? Fast food is simple and easy. It's always there. But I know it's not a good solution. I believe home-cooked meal is an ultimate solution. However, cooking is not so simple. Its process is complicated. And even if, when I cook for my daughter with hassle of that, I fail a lot of times. So, considering all that, how do I get Jane to eat healthy food? I found that it is not my problem only. From my research, when infants turn into toddlers, they start to eat like adults, and they start to have their own preference on food. And that's the time when they start to have become picky eater. Interestingly, children who are involved in the cooking process is 76% more vegetables than who doesn't. So how might I involve Jane in the cooking process? In a fun way. Hello, my name is Eujun, and I want to introduce you to Cooking Stories. Cooking Stories is a platform for menu planning and ingredients delivery for people who are feeding toddlers. a box with ingredients will be shipped to the caregiver's house once they order one, so that they can cook without hassle of complicated process, as measuring and shopping ingredients. And most importantly, it involves the child in the cooking process with playful activities. Children love story, especially when there's animal characters in it, just like a lot of fairy tales. They also like making stuff. With cooking stories, they will cook and eat healthy and seasonal vegetables with those playful elements. Let's see how it works in a real life. This is my wife, Yeun. When planning to cook for Jane, she uses Cooking Stories mobile app to order what she wants to cook. Cooking Stories provides personalized meal plan considering allergy and food preference of the user. Each week, Cooking Stories recommends meals based on a different vegetable theme. This week is zucchini, among 3 different meal options. My wife decided to cook zucchini touch this week. Before she confirms the order, she'll choose what story she'll read to Jane. It includes a story card and animal-shaped touch, and animal-shaped molds that are appearing in the story. Once she confirms the order, the cooking stories will be shipped to her house. Now she got the box, and Jane opened the box. Here are things included in the box. First, instruction and recipe. Instruction explains how to use this kit, such as what are the steps to follow, and how to use story card, such as. Recipe describes how to make food by steps and how to involve the child in each step. Second, story card and animal shaped molds. You'll see more detail about it in a short moment. And lastly, ingredient. As a first step, Yeun reads the story card to her daughter. The story is about elephant and pig. They are friends. It looks like the pig is having a trouble with hot weather. Elephant uses his nose to help pig, and the pig became happy eventually. After reading the story, the mother will talk to her daughter. Now let's make the pig and elephant by cooking. Yes, let's start cooking. While cooking touch, Jane will be given simple and easy task, which will give her a sense of responsibility and ownership. And following discussion guide in cooking stories, Yeun talks with Jane about the ingredients they're using. And Yeun keeps reminding Jane of the story about elephant and pig while shaping the touch with the animal-shaped molds, which connects the story and the experience of cooking for Jane. While eating, Yeun and Jane not only talks about the story, but also about the eating experience itself, such as the color, texture, and the taste of the food. This allows Jane to think about the food from various perspectives. Once they finish cooking and eating, Yeun can review her experience with Jane to cooking stories. This review will be reflected on her next recommended meals. By connecting a story element and cooking, you have seen the cooking stories have engaged Jane in the cooking process and enjoy healthy ingredients. In addition to that, there are more things that she can learn in the long run. She can learn mathematics unconsciously when measuring ingredients, and chemistry when mixing stuff and see what's happening. And there are so many other things she can learn in the long run. Again, By engaging the child in the cooking process, I believe cooking stories will bring more happiness and joy to the family's dining table. Thank you.
About 600 years ago, Joseon dynasty existed in Korea. Sometimes they held a big archery event where the king and officials can build their relationships. This picture illustrates the event in detail, and there is a very interesting person inside. Right here. Who is he? He is a historian. He is always following the king and recorded every word and act of the king, even in his very private life. The reason is he was responsible for creating the history book of Joseon dynasty. And at that time, historians believed that even small records would benefit their history. And when history is well documented, they can learn from them. Now, 600 years later, even though we are not a king, there is a secret historian who is always following us and recording our everyday daily lives. It is a smartphone. It knows where we visited and what we saw and who we met, who we talked to. In other words, we already have a lot of records about our daily lives. Then what if we can use these records to create our own historical documentation? Hello, I'm Min Lee, and today I'd like to introduce Reflects, a new journaling system that helps you curate your life experiences. Reflects is a new smart journal system, new journal device, which is perfect fit for your desk. It's a combination of a smart journal and a touch-enabled projector. It creates the daily journal entries based on your data and provides a focused environment. Once you set up, Reflect will connect to your smartphone and collect your data, such as photos, location, and calendar events. Then, it will organize these records and create daily journal entries from them. And this convenient automation stops you from being overwhelmed by data overload or spending time to organizing these records. But this is not why Reflect is good for you. To keep memory alive, visiting your past records and adding your thoughts behind this record is more important than taking tons of pictures. And the Reflect goal is to help you to think and pause and adding your amazing story about your life through what Reflect has prepared. For example, every day Reflects will create these entries and deliver to you so that you can think about your day. And if you have a good memory, you can select one and add your thoughts. Even if you don't have enough data, Reflect will create the prompts that guide you think about your day. And by doing this every day, you can finally have your memory archive. However, journaling is great when it becomes the habits. And we know the modern life is very busy and prone to distractions. It's very hard to find a time to stop and think our daily lives. And this is why Reflect is not a mobile app or software on the computer. By using standalone device, you can focus on the daily reflection, stepping away from your phone. Also, Reflects know when you are at home and automatically turn on the screen when you arrive at home. And by this active reminder, you will see, you will develop your daily habits. This bigger screen on your desk will provide a more convenient and focused environment. And let's take a look how Reflect really works. If you set a daily reminder, you will see this screen every night, and you can start whenever you are ready. Reflect will prepare the daily journal entries every day, and you can check which memories you have. You can select one to add your stories. And if you take a lot of photos, Reflect will automatically choose best photos up to 9. So that's you can reduce the data overload. And also, and because we don't need all photos to remember the events. Also, you can add people's names, which is related to your memories, so that you can find memories by people later. Most importantly, you can add your detailed thoughts, and by adding your context, your data finally becomes rich memories, not just the photos. So Reflect is really powerful when it comes to revisit your memories. And I'd like to show you how your memories alive in Reflect and how you can find your past memories in various ways. I truly hope that Reflect can help you create your own history and celebrate who you are. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Ki Sang. Today I want you to ask yourselves, how much space do you really need? And how can you utilize this space efficiently? Sustainability is defined to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. But the problem is, are we really aware of what we need? I believe living environments can shape our behavior and awareness. This is Jacqueline Smith, a mother of 2, who lives in a minimal compact lifestyle. She shares that you get to make choices and you end up becoming really conscious of what you bring into your life. Today, Architects had came up with micro-living solutions where they transform a space into emotion to meet different needs of the day. This solution shows that minimal compact lifestyle does not equal to giving up living quality, and let us realize that we actually do not need that much space. However, when I start researching on the furnitures that make those solutions possible, I realized that these furnitures are not affordable and most of them are custom made. It's a hassle to set them up, especially in rental units where we require drillings into walls. It obstructs space, but then openness is the crucial element in a microspace layout. So I created M-Line. It's a furniture system and service for those of us without the privilege to customize our space to try out the minimal compact lifestyle. It's a modular system where individual pieces can stand alone to function, such that you can start out by setting up a twin bed frame with 2 modules, and you can add in a shelf and a desk just like a regular room setup. You can also add in a platform module. With 3 modules, you can cover up the bed to hide the bed away. And this platform acts as an extra seating when your table is expanded for dining. At night, the hidden bed can be pulled out and slide out from under the platform. So how does M-Line utilize space efficiently? Let's take a look at this containers house scenario, which is 160 square feet without the system. As you can see here, the sleeping area takes up a lot of the area. But the problem is when your friends come over to visit you, the sleeping area becomes really a huge unutilized space, and causing the problem that your friend has no place to sit. They have to stand up to social and eat their food. But what if in the same scenario, we apply M-Line? We can pull out the bed from under the platform to create a sleeping area, and the platform also acts as a living area. Not only that, the platform can also act as a seating for working area. This time, when your friend come to visit your space, where the bed used to be becomes a dining area where you can expand the desk to turn into the dining area. And more friends can also hang out in the living area over the platform. What about the flexibility of the system? When you chose to start up the system with a twin-size bed platform, which makes up of 2 modules, but then it comes to the time where you want to upsize it. So all you have to do is to order another module to expand it, and you don't have to throw away the bed frame like what we used to do today, because it doesn't answer to our needs. And you can even fit a queen size bed. But what about downsizing? What if you want to downsize from a queen size bed to a twin size bed? You might wonder what happened to the extra module. And this is what happens when furniture doesn't answer to our needs anymore. It's a hassle to get rid of them, so many of us chose to dispose them. The Environment Protection Agency reports that there is 9.8 million tons of furniture waste per year. So I realized creating a product system is not enough. How can I create a service around the system so that it can be more sustainable and make the product more affordable for other users? So I come up with a trade-in service to foster a community to reduce furniture waste collectively. When you trade in your furniture pieces to give it a second life and reduce waste, you sign into an account and you get to see all the furniture pieces that you own in your system. All you have to do is select the pieces that you want to trade in, and you upload the photos based on the condition of the product. Once you upload the photos that's required, the product will be approved and picked up from the user, which is you, to go back to the market for a more affordable price. This price will be adjusted based on the day usage on the piece and also the condition of the product. And partial credits will be refunded back to you. Not only that, this service also makes other users easier to commit and try this lifestyle for them as well. So awareness and accessibility to this lifestyle is just the first step. We must collectively to strive to make this world leaner, and I need your support to incite the change to build a more responsible and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you guys for that great work, and congratulations on finishing the hardest part of thesis. So I had a question that any of you can answer, whoever wants to answer first. I'm wondering if you can describe a failure that you had along the way, something that you designed that didn't work the way you thought it would, or users didn't respond how you thought they would, that made you rethink how you ended up designing the final product.
Well, I can go first. So at first, when I look at a lot of micro apartments inspirations, I saw that people start to focus on creating furniture that's multiple use and multifunctional. But then this makes me realize that when a product is created for multifunctions, but when you don't need the extra functions, it doesn't answer to that question anymore. It becomes another problem. So that's where I realized the failure, where people is focusing on just that single point, but not looking at the entire system overall. So then I pivot my direction to creating it to be more flexible instead of squeezing more features into an individual furniture.
For me, while the process of the thesis, I found I don't think that's just a failure, but I learned by each step when I user test with people. So, for example, at first, my prototype was only engaging the child in the cooking process without anything, just purely participation of the child. But when I tested with people and mothers, the level of concentration didn't last long because the mother had to force the child to keep engaged in the process, and they kept running away. So I had to think about another idea to let them have more enjoyable moment in the cooking process. So one was having the molds that they can touch by themselves, like animal shape, and also story part was later on, I got that idea from a mother when I was testing with user.
Right, and that seemed like a really key glue between the phases of interaction for the parent and for the kid, is having that story to tie the pieces together. And I was wondering when I was watching the adorable sweaty pig, did you write that story with the elephant, or did you get that from somewhere else?
Yeah, I just made it up in, yeah. Yeah.
And how about you, Min?
For me, I think the failure of that system is, more to see it broadly. I think the phenomenon we are so accustomed to the automation is quite a big danger, because we are just accustomed to the making a lot of records, but we never revisit them. But I believe that there is something important to we have to revisit and think. And I think for the memory and our history is something we have to take a time to look back. So, because of this, I originally designed, my original direction was to design some total automation actually. But then as I go through whole process, I just realized this is not about the automation thing, and I have to I have to design something that I can encourage people to spend time more the important things. So that's what I want to pursue for this project, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and that seemed like a key insight for you, thinking at first you need to make it as easy as possible for the user, but then realizing actually the user, you have to encourage the user to do the work themselves. That's the key. There's no magical solution and I think that was a great pivot that you made in your piece, that technology can help us, but it can't be smart enough to do everything on its own. So do you think, Min, that everyone would benefit if we had a personal memory person like the king that you showed? Because it reminds me of like the archetype of the beloved neurotic New Yorker archetype who goes to therapy and then is like, everyone, you need to go to therapy too. So do you believe that it's really that everybody needs?
Yes, just personally, I believe it will be benefit for everyone, but it depends on personality, because during an interview session, someone don't want to preserve some painful memories, and that in the system. But I prefer to write down the painful memories because it's just fun to see after a few years later. Just when I see the me in the past, it's just fun. So it depends on personality, but overall, I believe that it will benefit for you to have their own memory archive. Yeah.
I mean, I wish I had that. Like many of us, I tried to keep a journal and failed over and over again. So if we had something like this, I think it would really help. Keith, a question for you about, and I know that you've gone through this in your process, but I want you to share with the audience. How is what you're making in terms of efficiency different or greater than just decluttering, like the popular Marie Kondo book?
Well, I think it's more of the efficiency part. It's about not just the product itself being efficient, but more of the lifestyle of kind of like how are we aware of what we need, and we keep questioning ourselves, like getting the product that we need in our life, and also understanding the user's like the life cycle of a product, where when a user doesn't need it, how can we create a product that's responsible after that, like the step after when a user doesn't need it? How can we make that even better? That's what, yeah.
Right, so it's not just getting rid of stuff you don't need, but it's you want your system to penetrate into all of your lifestyle choices,
Right.
both considering before and also
Considering
during,
the
do you
after.
really need it, and
Right.
what happens after. And
Right.
did you personally challenge yourself to get rid of anything of your own while you were making this?
Yeah, definitely, because I have to move out of my apartment, and that's when I realized I have so many things in my life, and then I start to really find the meaning inside this, and I feel like throughout the process, I realized something bigger than that, and how can we make use of everyone's power to change something, and not just a single person, yeah.
Right, thank you. Yujun, did you find research, or did you directly encounter this, a kind of proof, maybe just with your own daughter, that having fun didn't just involve them in cooking, but actually made them like the taste of stuff that they didn't used to like? Because you started with the hilarious, cute little video of the picky eater spitting out the food, and there's no doubt that the fun part of it seemed like a great success. Did your daughter actually start eating stuff she didn't like before?
Yeah, that one was actually working. She didn't eat the zucchini when I tested with another. Just purely let her eat it. When I did that, it didn't work, and that actually worked the video is not acting. That's a real video, and yeah, and what was the other question?
Oh, I'm just curious if I mean that basically answers the question that and it's amazing for a little kid. You would think that sure they could have more fun, but would it actually change their taste buds? But it actually does, because a lot of times the picky eater is actually being irrational. They might not have never even tried it before, and I think that's what's great about your idea. It makes it fun to try new things. So the kid's like, I made that, I want to try it, and often they discover things that they like that they didn't know. Right. So that's awesome.
Yeah. But in addition to that, things started from the research that I showed. When they are involved in the cooking, they eat more vegetables. But I also it was not proven by my daughter, but also when I tested with other children, I saw they eat it a lot when the mother is using the story to the child, and they are more engaged in the process. And even after this activity, they keep talking about the story they read from the activity.
Right. Well, I want to remind the audience that you'll have a chance to see all of these prototypes in person at the exhibition and reception at the Highline Loft after this, all the presentations starting at 4 o'clock. So you can ask people more questions. You can play with the things they actually made. And congratulations to the three of you. Way to go.
Thank you.
So we are now going to take a break for lunch. So try to be back at 1:15. We're going to start again at 1:30. So be back at 1:15 and enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you soon.
Good afternoon. Welcome and welcome back, everyone. Those of you who are joining us for the first time, students, soon-to-be graduates, alumni, thesis advisor, family, friends, live stream audience, and many others interested in wonderful behaviors, welcome and welcome back. Again, you're joining us for the official thesis presentations of the class of 2017 who are graduating tomorrow. So it's a big day and exciting ideas all day long. And so we're about to go into the second half. Just a reminder, we have a hashtag. It's on the screen here. You can use that and connect to @SVAIXD if you have questions for the students. They're checking that regularly. And we also have another place you can ask questions to students, and that is at our exhibition, which is just down the street at the Highline Loft at 4 o'clock. You can wander over there after everything is over. You can sort of see and touch the prototypes and the exhibits that they've put together and ask them questions over in that space as well. So we welcome you to join us right after this. This afternoon, we're going to be hearing the second two segments of our larger day, starting off with Better Streets and a series of presentations on this theme. So welcome to our first speaker.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. So, there is an elephant in the room. You might not be able to see it, but I can. It's standing right here on stage. This is a demonstration of augmented reality, or AR. So with AR, we now have the technology to overlay digital objects and experiences in the world right before our eyes. And we can see these worlds through a smartphone or through a headset, like the Microsoft HoloLens. Designers are starting to dream up of magical experiences that they can create in AR for entertainment, for gaming, for education. But so far, the approach has just been to focus on the experience that they're creating for the user. I think that this is missing something. I think that given AR's ability to take over shared spaces and services all around us, that when we design AR, we need to design it for it to be used around other people and in public space. So I spent a year exploring, creating experiments around how AR could affect human interaction. How can augmented reality be more shareable? How can AR perhaps affect pedestrian flow out in the public space? And throughout these experiments, I noticed one thing, and that is when we're in AR, the way we see the world changes just a little bit. This is how we see the world right now, but if I pull up AR, this is how I'd see the world. And if you overlay the interface elements and the augmented elements, you can start to see how the user can be really distracted and not present. So what happens when augmented reality starts being on all our phones and all our apps, and we have distracted AR users out in the public space? I'd like to use the example of my friend Elisa. And so Elisa has an AR app that lets her look at digital public art in public space. And this time, she sees that there's one right here, so she pulls it up. It is in the sky. It's called Lanterns in the Sky. And Elisa's really intrigued about a particular detail, so she leans in for a closer look, and she steps just a little too close to the curb. Distracted AR users can put themselves into dangerous positions like this one. So how do we mitigate this? I would like to propose Street Smart AR, which is a framework for designing AR that is safer for users in public space. Beyond just creating a regular AR experience, designers will imbue safety patterns into that experience to make it street smart. If we go back to Elisa and use that example, so again, Elisa's looking at the art piece, but this time when she leans in, a boundary wall shows up around a foot from the curb, reminding her of the hazard in front of her. So she steps back, and now she can enjoy the art piece from the safety of the sidewalk. What you saw there was a street smart AR pattern that involved 2 steps. The first one was that the device intelligently sensed Elisa's position in proximity to the hazard. And so she stepped into a zone I like to call the buffer zone. This zone can't just be thought about as just being on one curb, but needs to be more of a city-wide system, so that the AR applications can be street smart no matter where the users go. The next step was to trigger the safety pattern. And you saw a boundary wall example, but I'd like to share 2 more. Here's one. So let's say I'm designing something where I overlay an environment right before the user's eyes. Can we deliberately dissolve this environment? And so the user becomes again aware of the hazard in front of them way before they reach the street. Or, in the case of a game where you can steer the spaceship like through public space, can we use that movement and resist allowing the spaceship to enter a busy sidewalk or a red light? So when I was creating these patterns, I started realizing that there were some universally applicable principles for effective safety patterns. So here are 3 of them. The first one is clarity. Given that the user is going to be in a position of danger, things need to be as clear and immediately understood as possible. So we could just draw a line on the ground, but it's much more effective to put up a wall, even though that may seem a lot more intrusive. The second principle is considering the user's orientation. So the beauty about AR is that the user can be looking anywhere, but that's also difficult for an AR designer to pinpoint exactly where to put the pattern. You can't just design something that's fixed in a particular position in front of you, but you need to account for the fact that the user might be looking elsewhere, like upwards. And you design patterns that mitigate that, like this. The third principle is escalation, and this is the principle of increasing the strength of the safety pattern as you get closer to the hazard zone. So you could start off with a boundary wall, but if I keep on going towards the street, can I use audio and vibration and maybe a second wall? And if I push past the plane, can we actually take away the AR experience and force the user to step back to continue with it? These principles and more that I've learned have been compiled into a manual for street smart AR, where we allow designers to look at these principles and create their own effective patterns. And because these are principles, they can be applied to you looking at AR on your phone or on a headset. But something bugged me as I was putting together this manual, and that is this. We can't just expect designers and developers to take the principles that we give them and put in the time to design these patterns. We need to make it easier for them to imbue the street smartness in whatever they're building. And that looks something like this. For the designer, creating a stock pattern library of safety patterns that can be applied to any kind of experience. And for the developer, giving them easy tools to plug and play the street smartness into any app they're building within any tool that they're building it in. Now, everything that I'm talking about today is still a little ways out. It's going to take a while for augmented reality to be on our phones, in apps, and even longer for these street smart patterns to exist. But the one thing I'd like you to take away today is this. The first time or the next time you think about creating an AR experience, don't just think about the experience that you're creating for the user, but take into account what you're making the user do around other people in public space. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to Vision, building trust with autonomous vehicle. The vision for autonomous vehicle has been existed for decades. Well, self-driving car is close to us, but it's still not here yet. The good news is that autonomous vehicle will be soon driving among us. 2021, that's a year auto manufacturers have promised a fully autonomous vehicle on the road. It might take 20 to 35 years before autonomous vehicle come into the commonplace and adopted by the crowds. In the next coming decades, we are in the transitional periods. During the transition, we expect the semi-autonomous vehicle to play an important role in our transition to help us from driver to be a passenger. Studies showing that autonomous vehicle technology will experience three phases of development during the transitional period, beginning with building trust, then addressing vehicle-to-vehicle communication, and eventually be adopted widely. You see this human transition in three phases, and these two challenges are the key factors to decide how long it's going to take us in this transition. So in this case, building trust has become as important as building the technology itself. So how do we build the trust and navigate experience between human driver and machine? This is how I explore this issue and propose on this topic. Designing for transparent information to expose both what the system sees, system knows, and what it's planning to do. Designing for collaboration to help human driver better engage the disengaged co-pilot system, and considering the potential mistakes that the machine will potentially make, so we can better help the human driver set up the driving expectation. And this is a vision, a near future of semi-autonomous vehicle operating system. Establish trust for human driver. And this is the overview to see how I build this system. And the vision is running in your car dashboard rather than the traditional car touch screen, which can significantly avoid distraction when you interact with in-car technology. And the dashboard will only show what is necessary on the road. Build transparent and insightful information to help driver understand what your car sees, what your car knows, and what your car currently doing, and what it's planning to do in response to traffic condition. Vision will provide the engagement co-pilot with system in particular traffic scenario to build trust with human driver. Powered by vehicle-to-vehicle communication, the interface will show how systems communicate and negotiate with each other on the road. No matter the system is running in manual or auto mode, autonomous vehicle identification will clearly tell you if there's an autonomous vehicle running around you, so when the car is turning blue color on your dashboard. It is especially helpful when you manually control your car. It can tell you what is running around you, so you can better set up your driving expectation. And even in the auto mode, it can tell you what your system knows, what your system sees, and what your system understands, and how they will interpret about its surrounding environment, so we can better build the trust for the human driver. Traffic collaboration, designing for transparent co-pilot system. And imagine you are commuting in an autonomous vehicle when it suddenly brakes, change lanes, or even hits to another new direction. Maybe the car just saw something that you didn't find out about an accident ahead. But if your car doesn't tell you what's happening and why they're approaching this for you, you might be confused about it and don't trust it and why they make this snap decision for you. Here is a particular scenario. You are just driving on the road, and left side is an HOV lane, which only available for more than one person in your car. An empty blue autonomous vehicle is just running in front of you. And suddenly, the front truck dropped some obstacles. So in this case, by programming, the autonomous vehicle is not allowed to use the HOV lane. But the right side has another car, so the autonomous vehicle can't merge to the right lane either. So it has to brake or slow down on the highway. When the emergency happens, you can see what's happening in front of the autonomous vehicle. So when you find the brake signal from the autonomous vehicle, it's too late for you to slow down. Powered by the vehicle-to-vehicle communication, your car are able to know what's happening earlier than you, even maybe just 1 second. But no matter you are just in the manual mode or auto mode, and your car are able to help you brake with the front car simultaneously. And to better reduce the confusion and the information be transparent, the intention will be overlaid on your windshield so you can know what's happening and why your car approaching this for you. Traffic negotiation and intention communication. So as a human driver, we use turning signal to communicate to each other on the road. So when we use auto mode, so how do we know our car understand this signal sent by the human driver and how they will interpret it? This concern also happens when we say communication between two autonomous vehicles. To better help driver understand the car's intention and show how they will interpret it, is the key to help human driver understand and know our car has ability, can handle the traffic situation appropriately. So this is a use case that how we build the traffic negotiation and the intention communication. So in this case, the truck is a semi-autonomous vehicle, and it's just trying to merge into the middle lane. And you are just sitting in your car and driving with auto mode. So your car just saw the semi-autonomous vehicle truck, send the turning signal, which requests to merge into the middle lane, and will pops up with information and show, okay, I just saw the turning signal, and I know the front truck we're trying to merge, and then the full autonomous truck will send the traffic negotiate with your car, like please slow down. Okay, so my car just pops up with the information, says, I know this. Later, when you clear the enough space, and the truck can merge into the driveway lane, and the truck will just send the signals to you. So through this entire process, the human driver just as a supervisor to monitor the entire process and better clearly to understand how the entire system works, negotiate, and communicate with each other. Before the cars of the future can become our pilots, they need to prove themselves can be our co-pilot first. And this is why I explore and approach vision as a semi-autonomous vehicle system to build trust for human driver and help us get ready, better embrace this new emerging technology. Thanks.
Hi, everyone, and hi to everyone watching online. August 25th, 2005 is one of those days I will never forget. I was living in New Orleans, and everything that I took for granted just was gone in a flash. It was a year where my grandparents, friends, neighbors, all lost their homes and their livelihoods from the flooding caused by Katrina. There were so many people trapped on their rooftops, unable to call for help, because 2 million phone lines were out of service. And months later, it was still chaotic, and people were still displaced, including myself. Katrina wasn't a one-off. Disasters have been happening, but they've been happening more frequently and more severe. Even, in fact, last week, we had heavy rain and we got so many warnings of a flash flood. When would be the next one? There are so many problems around disasters and disaster preparedness, and there are so many ways of tackling these issues. One of the things that I'm tackling is connectivity and communication. In a moment of a crisis, people do not know what's going on. They have no idea where their loved ones are located, and they have no idea how to call for help. During a crisis, a person not knowing what's going on becomes very, very anxious. Multiply that with thousands and millions of people, it becomes chaotic in an already chaotic situation, and this impedes disaster relief efforts. My product is called Anchor, your information network for when disaster strikes. It has multiple parts. First, it's an object that carries a wireless network where then residents are able to connect and communicate with city agencies. The object. It's self-sufficient with its very own solar panel. Inside, it will have a router and a backup battery. And then I created a mobile website, 2 variations, an emergency variation and a non-emergency. I want to install these objects on a lamppost because in my research I found out that these are one of the things that are still standing after a disaster. And I created a responsive mobile website that can be accessed in whatever device you have right now, iOS, Android. The lampposts around the city will be able to carry and spread the network. So let's think about a scenario. We all get this alert. This is a default emergency system in all of our smartphones. It's similar to the Amber Alert that comes with a very, very loud beep. So you get this alert, and it says there's something bad coming your way. But in case of a blackout, look for the ping and connect with Anchor. So one day you're sitting at home, and this is what New York, your neighborhood looks like. And if you were in New York during Sandy, this is exactly what New York looked like during Sandy. Then you see an illumination on certain lamppost. Anchor is not part of the existing grid, so it's not going to be affected by a blackout. And this on and off illumination actually represents our breathing pattern to actually calm anxious people down. Then you will go to your Wi-Fi settings and connect to Anchor. And immediately you will get a page that says that this is a public service and we are only going to ask for your location. In the home page, you're able to call 911, or depending on what other situation you're in, you're able to communicate that fairly quickly. You get to see which city agencies are currently online. Updates posted by city agencies and disaster relief efforts. And depending on where you are, you get to see nearest shelters, streets to avoid, and subway statuses. So in this scenario, you do not have power. And after you press I do not have power, it will straight away take you to the Con Edison chat. And you'll actually get acknowledgement from them, and they ask for your location. You can do all of this within the Anchor.guide, and hopefully we'll get a faster response time. I also want to mention that city grids are not instrumented, meaning Con Edison has no idea when there's a blackout happening unless you let them know. When I took this picture with my thesis advisor, it was a sunny day, and I was hoping that today would represent this day, but it is sunny, no emergencies happening today, fingers crossed. But Anchor is always going to be on, majority of the time, on a non-emergency. In a non-emergency, Anchor will help you prepare before a disaster strikes, will educate you about climate change, and also show you what disaster that happened in your city. In case, since we are in New York, Sandy was the biggest thing that happened to us. To help you make a plan, store emergency cash, have a go bag, which is basically a backpack that packs your basic necessities like toiletries, copies of your important documents, and local resources. I really wish I had something like this during Katrina, because I know what uncertainty feels like. And I wish I had some more prepared when I was here during Sandy. Anchor is going to help you prepare before a disaster strikes. is also a really great reminder that something bad is going to happen. And don't take things for granted. But Anchor is also a service in case that bad thing does happen, it will be always reliable. Thank you.
Thank all three of you. So Alushka, you talked a little bit about your personal interest in your topic area, and I'm curious for the two of you, how you decided to work on a topic that is really about mitigating risk, something that we don't necessarily want to talk about every day. Bowen, maybe we'll have you kick us off.
Yeah, sure. The reason why I want to explore this topic, first I want to say I truly believe the fully autonomous vehicle technology has a bright future. That's the reason the initial motivation for me, like I want to contribute to this topic and help people get ready to embrace this new technology. But just like I mentioned in the topic, like the AI system, deep learning, like if the AI system just doesn't making a life-changing decision for you, it's totally fine if it's not clear for you, like why they make this decision and how they get this conclusion for you. But when they make a life decision for you, like life-changing decision for you, which is super important to you and consider relate to your life, and I think those requires the trust and humans' empathy. So that's a reason, like when we during the transitional period, and I think the first thing is to establish the humans' trust about this technology, so we can just smooth jump into this like new emerging technology.
Yeah, I think for me it's a similar situation where I'm not trying to say that AR is bad and AR in public space is bad, and in fact I'm really for it. I'm excited about the opportunity to use AR for all these different applications out in public space, and that's why I actually want to ensure. I hope that all these augmented reality applications are built with the users' considerations or concerns in mind, so that when it actually happens, the society won't just like reject it and like be over scared, in the same way that we saw with the Google Glass. And I've always been a big fan of cities. So everybody in my class knows that. And so, like for me, public space especially is where we can like start overlaying things to educate people, to get people more excited and understand the place's significance. One particular thing that got me thinking about these safety considerations was Pokemon Go. And so all the news that we saw around people getting into incidents, getting into like conflicts with other people who thought they might be taking their photographs. These were all things for me. These were all kind of like inspirations for me to start working on this.
And what you're talking about is a really complex set of interactions. And I'm curious to hear, how do you plan design principles to help sort of guide you through your project? So transparency, user orientation came up, but Alushka, maybe you could speak to that and sort of how you kept the project in scope and what was, I guess, what your true north was when it came to design principles.
I think my thesis advisor definitely helped me direct me a lot because I had really broad ideas and that was so many, but he kept saying you have to pick one, you have to narrow it down, keep it simple, and that absolutely helped me to move forward and be very, very specific about my problem. So that definitely helped. And then while talking to people here and doing workshops with some at class and doing more workshops, at Frog when I had the opportunity, that it helped me really validate and really scope my idea, narrow my idea down really, really well, and that helped me go forward very fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a similar thing that it came out through testing, and I would build something. I had an AR experience where you had a character just like running ahead of you, and everyone who looked at it said, "Oh my God, I'm just looking at the ground. This is so unsafe." And so whenever someone raised this consideration, and not just one, but two and three, you start realizing that it's something that you should apply to everything else that you're doing, and it could actually be a pretty good principle. So it's not like anything came out of my own thinking, but that other people reflected these principles to me.
One thing that all of these projects have in common is really thinking deeply about how we cohabitate with technology and with risk. And so I'm curious, how do you decide when to be very explicit and how do you decide to be when to be very understated? So I'm thinking even about like the yellow glow that syncs up with the heartbeat versus, you know, when you are very, very clear that someone is stepping into the road. And maybe we'll have you kick us off on sort of what was that decision making like for you, knowing that this is something that's deadly serious?
Yeah, I could start off answering the question. So I think that, yeah, I was definitely trying to balance the two aspects of, you know, being something that's built in or native within the AR experience so that you don't detract from it too quickly or you like shock the user too suddenly. But also because it's safety, that it needs to be very, very important that it's clear. I think that's where the idea of a buffer zone, where there's time for users to like slow down to get the cues as they come appearing in front of them is pretty important. And because, you know, all the projects that we're representing have kind of an intelligence to them, we actually can spread these reactions, or these responses, these patterns across a more like gradient, a gentler spectrum, instead of just showing like one modal or one pattern.
Which potentially feels like being screamed at all the time. I mean, that's not what you want to go for.
Okay, the entire process I built is based on like building the trust interaction for the human driver, and the entire process is along with to figure out what is a trust interaction and how to build that, and so like I mentioned, like the system, the AI system, like they used to like running by themselves, but as a human being, like it is hard for us to figure out why they're doing this and approaching this for us. So I think the information, like to better build the trust feeling for the human, and it is important, super important to expose those intentions, like initial idea, like why they're approaching this for us, like what they say is, and why they're doing this for us. So I think the intention communication is super important as approach to build this trust feeling for the human being.
Yeah, Eli brings up a great point. Oh, sorry. I noticed that also it's about the human or the user and making sure that they feel comfortable, especially it's in a dangerous situation. That's a great point.
One of the reasons I wanted to include that pink light, because one, it was supposed to, in one of my initial ideas, it was supposed to give light, literally show people light in the darkness, but that involved a lot of battery power that my prototype couldn't handle. So then having that illumination just to have an indication that this is on, and having that breathing pattern, hopefully people will know that you can breathe to it slowly. It's one of the reasons that I want to help people calm themselves. And then I chose that color because I didn't want to pink anything red, yellow, orange, because those are threat level colors, and magenta, pink was more of a kind of in that same realm, but more of a calmer tone to it. Yeah.
And one quick lightning round question. What is your hope for either your project and what you've introduced to the world, or for the project space in the immediate future?
For me, I definitely want to propose this to the New York City government, especially the Office of Emergency Management and NYC Design, kind of talk to them about it. Red Hook already knows about this, but they haven't seen my digital interaction part, and maybe they could incorporate that in the Red Hook Wi-Fi, because they already have the Wi-Fi working, but they don't have the proper interaction. So giving them that opportunity to maybe brainstorm ideas around that, and also give it back to the city, because this is a city project. Yeah.
Currently, like lots of car manufacturers and the tech company like trying to rush and push the autonomous vehicle technology and go to the market. So they are trying to just jump the step of the semi-autonomous vehicle and directly go to the fully autonomous vehicle. But I think this design strategy is a little bit dangerous. So that's the reason I think I'm really focusing on the like transitional period and building the trust, like building for the like the semi-autonomous vehicle operating system. So I think this is also a great opportunity. And personally, it's my personal point of view. So I think hopefully like after the project, and I will like trying to like to show or pitch or like to like the car operating system like platform startups or like the tech companies, and to show like, okay, maybe they should think about this, and like trying to focusing on like the transitional period, like help people and human driver to better trust this technology, and then we can just jump into like the fully autonomous vehicle age.
That idea of a phased approach is something that really came across, and I think you're wise to pursue.
Yeah, for me, as I discussed in the presentation, I think that even though I just talked about the safety patterns in the most detail, this was actually a product of a year of thinking about how AR affects users around other people. And so I'd like for AR designers or designers beginning in this augmented reality this space to have that as a fixed part of the conversation and a necessary part of the conversation. So you can start out by saying, oh, what am I trying to create? But then it should be the next step to say, okay, so now that we've decided what we want to create, like how does that affect other people around that? And so far, I think because AR still, like the tools are not there yet, and so it's still pretty hard to build. Like, each of these explorations took a lot of time to build. And so I think that so far I've just been discussing with a few AR designers or developers, but in the future I'd like to keep trying to evangelizing this approach, and hopefully more people start talking about it in this way.
Well, it's a suite of very ambitious projects. Thank you for sharing them with us. Round of applause.
Thank you.
All right. And our last set of presenters.
पाकिस्तान में हिंदी में चौथी थी सीधा साधा बस काम सीधे सीधे जम्मू गए सी साडी गड्डी पहली गई से उदों ही बड़े लोग ही मरे उन्होंने खराबी की थी उदों बाद च फिर लुधियाने नर्सां दा कोर्स कीता मैं बड़ी सियानी सा.
The voice you just heard is my great-grandmother's. And when I had this conversation with her, she spoke about a really violent time in the history of two countries. And she was responsible for bringing my entire family from current-day Pakistan to current-day India. And she mentioned a city called Ludhiana. It's where she studied nursing, and I also found out later on that it's also where she worked as a jailer to support our family. And you know, I've driven through this city many times and have not once known that the history of my own family has been etched into it. And so that really got me thinking. How often do we walk right through places that have our own ancestors' histories woven into them? And more importantly, how do we bring these memories out? So that question was answered in this one moment I had when I was studying at SVA. It's my aha moment, essentially. A couple of us after class were just sitting down and talking about how different our undergrad careers were. And instead of just talking about it, one of him pulled out his laptop and took us on Google Maps and gave us a tour of the campus. So he spoke about this haunted building where he supposedly had a ghost encounter. I don't believe him. But the point is that what was supposed to be a really short chat over beer turned out to be a 2-hour-long conversation where we took each other to the most important places in the world and spoke about these incredible memories. And so that sealed the deal for me. This is what I wanted to use. I wanted to use Google Maps, and specifically, I wanted to use Google Street View to help us bring these memories out. So I'd like to introduce you to This Is Where. This is where it allows us to record the memories of ours and our family's most pivotal life moments and place them in specific locations around the world. It's a complete 360 view interface. It's based on WebVR, and it uses Google Maps in the back. So to demonstrate how this works, let me introduce you to two new members of my family. These are my grandparents. And one summer, I was sitting with them after dinner, and I'd already created an account for my granddad on This Is Where. And when I opened up my laptop, I saw this. And so I said, Nanuji, that's what I call him, Nanuji. Nanuji, where did you meet Naniji? And so he said, oh, I met her in Sainik School in Kunjpura. So I typed that into the search bar. And when you click on it, it takes you straight to the street view of Sainik School, Kunjpura. And I look around and I show it to him and I ask him, is this it? And he laughed and he said, yes, this is exactly what it is. So I asked him, tell me more about how you met her. And as he spoke, I hit the record button. And while he was speaking, I also got prompts, additional prompts to ask him to enrich that memory. Nanuji, where did you meet her next? Who proposed? What was the proposal like? Tell me more about this. And when he was done, I could place that memory right here on this location. And all this really means is that that audio recording gets placed on the latitude and longitude of Sainik School in Kunjpura. So that's how you record a memory. How do you access it? How do you access memories that have been shared with you? And so I'd like to introduce you to another member of my family. This is my brother. And let's say my granddad shared all of his memories with my brother. What does he see when he gets on his This Is Where account? He sees that he can access the memories of all of his ancestors. And he has the option of going right or left. This is just like Street View, so you can click and drag to go right or left. And when he goes left, he gets a view of all the different members of the family who've left him behind these audio recordings in different parts of the world. They've left him behind their memories. And when he goes the other direction, he can step right into these memories. He can explore them. So he gets a snapshot view of where all these memories are. And he can click on any of them to enter the memory. That's my mom, and that's my granddad right there. So when he clicks on that one, he's transported to the same exact place where my granddad left behind that audio recording. So I want to take a step back for a minute and think about a world where This Is Where is possible. Think about a world where you could listen, you could virtually be transported to all of these places and hear the memories of your family and your ancestors. What would you hear?
When I proposed to her, she refused initially.
On way to the hospital, I just asked her if she wanted a brother or a sister.
This is the place we first sold our ice cream.
And this is actually where I proposed as well.
I just wanted one answer. Would I get my degree?
And you will fight, but you will not give up.
We didn't know how we'd get through 19 hours of fasting every day had we not been with each other.
So imagine hearing all of that from your own family members. And now for a moment, think about what you would leave behind. My name is Saba, and this is where I felt most accomplished in my life. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. And before we begin, I'd just like to say hello to my friends watching in California, my parents, my sister, my nieces, my cousin in New Orleans, and to my grandfather, Bernie, who's now no longer with me, but I know he's watching, who's also a graduate of this school when it was called Cartoonist and Illustrationist School after World War II. Thank you. Hey guys, your girlfriend is uncomfortable getting dressed for work. Your fiance, your wife, your sister, and maybe your mother too. You know, these women in our lives, they put up with a lot. They get up and they go to work. They perform at levels often higher than men, but are still subjected to sexual harassment and bias. And they don't deserve this kind of treatment. Yet most men, especially young men, are unaware of the cumulative effect this lifelong experience can have on women that they know and care about. And part of the reason men are unaware is that 72% of them in the US believe that women have equal access to opportunity, while only 53% of women believe this to be true. This is where implicit bias lives. Everybody get a chance to read that quote? It's where journalist Jessica Nordell says deeply hidden synaptic pathways are temporarily illuminated, where a slip of the tongue by men in powerful positions like Sir Michael Moritz of Sequoia Capital, who claim gender blindness in their hiring practices, is like the scent added to natural gas, tangible evidence of an invisible presence. And it's also why women must be 2.5 times as good as men to be considered equally competent. Or why holding blind auditions for orchestras increases women's chances of advancing to the final rounds by 50%. And to close this gap, we need men to understand what is happening. And we need men to listen to the stories women are telling us, and we need men to talk about gender inequality with each other to understand how we help create this gap and how they can take concrete actions to help close it. Hi, I'm Shane Strasberg, and I'm happy to introduce you to Decibel, an immersive audio experience that leverages the power of the human voice to tell real stories from real women that highlights implicit gender bias, sexism, the wage gap, and other issues. It's an exhibition that will travel to different college campuses to engage young men to think critically about their role in gender bias and inequality. And it provides tools for concrete actions and confidence building so these young men can become better allies for women and gender equality. You know, the system that you can't see is worse than the system that you can see. When I started this project, I wanted to understand how implicit bias works and how it becomes embedded in our culture. So I designed a simple game using images of men and women in 3 different professions to test if men do indeed have a gender bias. And in each instance, I gave the participant 1 minute to answer a very simple query using the photographs provided. So for the astronauts, it was choose a team of 3 to go to Mars. For the news anchors, choose 1 person who you trust to tell you the news. And for the computer programmers, pick a team of 5 to build you some software. And what I learned is actually not surprising. Men were overwhelmingly choosing astronaut teams of 2 men and 1 woman, coding teams of majority male, but they trusted a woman to tell them the news. But where my research got interesting was when I also tested this on women, and they too were also choosing with a strong gender bias for men as astronauts and coders, but a woman for the news. So I interpret this finding to mean that gender bias is so strong in our culture and society that it transcends gender. And it's why implicit bias is so difficult for us to see, for some to even believe it exists, and that we all play a part in supporting it. And this key insight is at the heart of Decibel. It's designed to highlight the myriad ways that women experience bias in their lives by allowing men to get a fly-on-the-wall perspective of how it feels to be affected by situations women may have no control over happening to them. And it starts by grabbing the attention of young men through a set of posters that would be put up around campuses prior to the exhibition opening, with provocations that will bring women's issues directly into their personal lives by making them curious how this affects women that they care deeply about. And then by making them start to think about their place by making them start to think about what their place in gender equality might be. And when they arrive to the exhibition, they will see a solitary black booth with 1 chair inside. And when they enter this booth, it will give them an opportunity to remove themselves from their subjective reality so they can fully concentrate on the experience they're about to have. Once inside, they'll put on a pair of noise-canceling headphones and sit down. And the audio will start seamlessly once properly seated, And for 10 minutes, they'll hear different scenarios of stories from women that could be their mother, their sister, their girlfriend. Here's a short clip of what that will sound like.
I can't wear this today. Last time I wore it to work, I felt like I was being stared at.
Even when I wear sweaters, one guy purposely stands in the doorway to make sure I physically touch him just to get by.
I've been dealing with this since I was a teenager. I remember when I worked at a grocery store, and as I was climbing a ladder to put up some signage, a manager approached me and said, "I could watch you go up and down that ladder all day." He made comments like that to me on a regular basis.
And when they exit the booth, they'll be given, premature clicking. When they exit the booth, they'll be given a set of 30 cards with different challenges or tasks that they can begin to integrate into their lives to become better allies for women and gender equality. On the front are topics that cover both their personal lives and their future lives in the workplace, such as why it's important to read books or watch films by women, or why it's important to amplify women's voices and ideas in meetings, because too often men assume the right to speak while women choose to be more diplomatic, and this leads to an imbalance in who gets heard and who may ultimately get promoted because of their ideas. And on the back are succinct explanations that provide context to tasks and some examples to provide ideas on how they can be successful at integrating them into their lives. But the idea isn't to do all 30 cards in 30 days, nor is it about trying to do them all by yourself, which is why I also designed a mobile version of these cards with added capabilities that would not be possible with just the physical version. So for example, you'd be able to turn a card on to concentrate on just that one card, set a goal date to put some internal pressure on yourself, and use reminders to get notifications of how much time you're left, and a very simple visual cue when you're finished with the card. But what I believe really makes these digital cards powerful is that each card or group of cards can then be linked to a corresponding Slack channel. Now here, men can discuss the topics of cards while also providing support, advice, and encouragement for one another, and it's also how they'll become more comfortable and confident in discussing their place in the gender equality conversation. And a Chrome plugin can provide a subtle reminder of which card they are actively trying to complete every time they open a new tab, but it can also give them some help up front through the use of web links to better understand why there are benefits for them to integrate these changes into their lives and to give them a head start on some of the research that they might have to do. You know, there are many young men who often feel that they are the only ones who believe the way women are treated is unfair. However, they're trapped behind a wall of masculinity that often rewards silence and repression of nuanced thought and emotions. Decibel seeks to break through these socially constructed barriers by bringing men closer through interpersonal dialogue and practical tasks that let them begin to understand that they aren't alone in their thinking and that working towards gender equality is not just to the benefit of women, but can also make them feel like a more whole human being. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrew. Everyone loves travel. It has different meaning to different people. Some people travel for relaxing, some people travel for escaping from stress. But we tend to overlook that travel is also about learning and discovering. This townhouse with black windows is a building that many people are passing by every day in Brooklyn. But how many people know that this isn't a house at all? Behind brownstones is actually a hidden NYC subway ventilation building and emergency exit. There are many secrets like this scattered around the city. So knowing more about the background information really helps us discover the city differently. But speaking of information, there are many pipelines to access it. Besides traditional travel guidebooks and audio tour guides, we have resourceful online travel platforms. And there are services providing digital audio tools. and we can even turn to Google. So in order to better understand how these products and services aid us in getting travel information, let's put them into quadrants. The vertical axis is the content diversity, and the horizontal axis is the efficiency of digesting information. So as we can see, existing solutions either have diverse content but requiring too much time to digest it, or provide a good experience of digestion but with limited content. So how might we create an experience that could fit into this sweet zone, where people can access and understand information efficiently? Introducing Pocket Guide, a new way to share and discover travel.
Give the sense of the old rail line, so you'll see tracks scattered, give something back to the people walking on the High Line. Right now it's a commercial. You see these hooks here, these were used as meat hooks. This is one of my favorite spots to be over here. I've created these kind of lounge chair areas, which allow you to kind of
Pocket Guide is an online travel guides platform enabling people to create and sell guides, which provide travelers with location-based audio guides experience. So it serves two types of users: content producers and travelers. Content producers could be anyone who has stories of city and they want to share with others. Besides sharing, they can also profit from selling experiences on the platform. And let's take a look at how it works. Pocket Guide enables content producers to use their voices to create guides on location. Specifically, the recording process is designed to be a hands-off experience. So instead of using fingers, users wear earphones and put their phones away and use voice commands to interact with the app. But firstly, the content producers need to go to the location. And whenever they want to start the story, just simply speak start recording. A geo pin is dropped at current location and the recorder is being activated until it hears users giving a stop command, which is stop recording. And after finishing a spot, users can move on to the next location and continue the story. So Pocket Guide ties all voice clips to locations automatically. And while recording, the built-in filter is constantly reducing background noise for the better voice quality. And for travelers, using Pocket Guide is as effortless as walking with a guide. Pocket Guide includes turn-by-turn audio directions and the screen navigation. So while traveling, narration responds to a location so travelers can keep their eyes on the sides instead of the screen. And taking an audio tour is also a social experience. With Pocket Guide, travelers are able to synchronize with friends and hear the same thing at the same time by scanning QR code. Our world is full of surprises, so let Pocket Guide be your smart companion and help you discover the hidden spots that you never know. Thank you.
Can you hear it? The thunder above. It has roamed the sky since the beginning. It remembers. Mannahatta, the island of many hills. Today, nearly 2 million call it home. The Big Apple, the concrete jungle, Gotham, the island at the center of the world. It was not always so. Calling Thunder explores the unsung history of Manhattan through 360 video, spatial audio, and mobile VR. It is the culmination of a year spent investigating relationships between technology and our experiences in the natural world. I'm not talking about texting in the wild. I'm talking about new media technologies like the 360 camera I'm triggering in this photo. Now, this kind of work requires walking a fine line between designing experiences and creating content. But that line is blurring. As we transcend the two-dimensional interface and screens through virtual reality and 360 media, I believe that design will play an increasingly important role in both the creation and distribution of content. 1 year ago, I set out to Rocky Mountain National Park to work on NPR's first 360 feature, a dream job, a story about the geologic forces shaping our planet. But the designer in me was ready to iterate. And after we published, I was left with a question. How might immersive media enable more meaningful stories about natural history? The problem was that meaningful isn't really a meaningful word at all. And as I dug into my thesis work here at SVA, I realized the question I was trying to ask was, how can immersive media enable more memorable stories about natural history? Stories that teach us something. Inspiration struck when I rediscovered Dr. Sanderson's Mannahatta, which tells the story of a New York I've never known. A New York that Henry Hudson encountered in 1609. A New York with more ecological diversity per acre than Yellowstone. And even more exciting for me was the map that Eric and the Wildlife Conservation has put together, which enables users to explore what New York would have been like in 1609, block by block, species by species. Imagine what that world must have looked like. Imagine what that world must have sounded like. Imagine if we could transform that data into an immersive experience. So working with my advisor, Bill McQuay at the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, we began to construct 360 soundscapes that would transport users back in time on a journey from Lower Manhattan to the northern tip of the island. They would compare how it sounds today to how it might have sounded in 1609. And throughout this process, we learned a couple of things I'd like to share with you today. When creating virtual environments, you should be afraid of the dark. You see, we set out with the intention to immerse users in total blackness during 1609 soundscapes. But once the screen went dark, people felt disoriented, or they simply assumed that the screen was broken. Instead, we developed a system of illustrations that would support the audio. As Bill put it, a coloring book for soundscape. Second, in virtual reality, our user interfaces should always be tied directly to narrative. In this case, the motion of looking up into the sky summons a loading ring and a thunderclap as the user can transition to the next part of the story. And finally, we should take this opportunity to A/B test content in addition to interaction. As we tested different modes of engaging users, we realized that certain facts and certain voices were more resonant with the people that were consuming the story than others. And so we worked with our wonderful narrator, Emily Crone, and rewrote the script to offer the most memorable experience we could. But how does one experience the story? Where do you find it? What device are you using to consume it? We wanted to design a distribution system that would adapt virtual reality content for the platforms people are already using. And these different forms of the story can be now accessed at unsung.nyc, where you can dig into the 360 feature. You can explore different soundscapes of the locations and different videos, dig into the different species that are featured, and even access the story as a binaural soundscape and a podcast. And this approach enabled us to create content that was easily embeddable by existing media platforms. The New York Times, for example, was able to share our content on their 360 platform, while NPR could play our soundscapes for listeners on the radio. We even decided to segment this into different 360 playlists on Vimeo, Audio, and Facebook 360, making it short snippets that anybody can access just a piece of the story if they had time. But reach isn't the same as impact. And the most rewarding feedback we've received has come from educators in New York, fourth grade teachers who teach the history of Manhattan as a part of their core curriculum. Because if we can create exciting and new ways to inspire students and teachers about natural history, then I think we're starting to do our job. Moving forward, we are excited to continue working with the Wildlife Conservation Society as they incorporate new models of what Manhattan might have looked like. And we are also excited to work with the Lenape Center and bringing some of the voices of 1609 into the story through the voices of their ancestors. But the truth is, memorable stories are only meaningful if they change one's perspective on the future. Mannahatta is gone, but Manhattan still lives. The High Line has welcomed the return of native plants and insects, while Central Park is an oasis for migratory birds. And we must cherish these green and gray places where life thrives. Thanks to everybody that contributed to the story, and thanks to all of you for attending the Wonderful Behaviors Interaction Design Thesis Festival of 2017.
Congratulations, guys, on a thrilling conclusion to the 2017 class. I love all of these projects, and we only have a few minutes left, but I wanted to, well, first of all, Andrew, I think you need to tell everyone where that secret building is, because I've lived in New York for 22 years, and I didn't know about that. Where is it, and how did you find out about it?
In Brooklyn.
But very mysterious.
I forgot the street's name.
Forgot the street's name, huh? Well, I'm gonna find it. So I'm gonna start with a general question. We can go down the line, or you can chime in whenever you want. What was the hardest part for each of you about this? And conversely, what was the most fun part during this long year of hard work?
I'd say the hardest part was scoping for creating an experience that would have been complete by this time. I mean, we're going at breakneck speed without the resources of teams to do these kinds of projects, and it's very inspiring and exciting to see the kinds of work that your classmates are doing, and you constantly want, as Cozy says, you know what you could do? Well, this time it was like, stop doing that and draw the Alushka line, which means the place to scope. The most fun part was getting to work with these wonderful 17 other people to do this.
I think for me, the hardest part was narrowing down the scope of my idea. I am someone who always thinks about big problems and what can I do to try to help either solve them or mitigate them, and that definitely was the toughest thing. And you challenged me, and Emily challenged me, Liz, my advisor, all challenged me to really figure out, well, what is this for? It can't just be for all men because you're just going to set yourself up for failure. So that definitely helped towards the end of this project to help me synthesize what it is that I'm actually trying to do and solve for. The funnest thing were a couple things. I think making the booth was fun, you know, being in the wood shop, building that out, making the process seamless of going in and having the audio start for people is interesting because people question how that works. And then just working with a great group of actors. I was fortunate to find out that SVA has a casting office, so that helped save me some time and introduce me to a great group of people. And they were very, very professional in helping me to record these scenarios. Just to finish off, originally I was trying to do live performance with the actors, and it became very difficult to manage their schedules with my schedules and the places that I wanted to hold live performance. So that's when I pivoted and made it a recording situation, which gave me more control of how I can employ it. And now I actually think it's more scalable this way.
Right, that's a great example of a difficulty that turns out to be a positive thing. You realized it could reach way more people at way lower cost, and it turned out to be a great move. How about you, Andrew?
Well, for me, the most challenging part is to build the platform, because my product is a UGC platform, so it's supposed to for everyone. How do I create this platform, this tool, as easy as possible for amateurs, for everyone? So I think this is the most difficult thing for me, to set up a principle that makes this tool as easy as possible. And the fun thing is that I finally I did this, and I tested out with a couple of people, and they have never done any tour guide before, but they felt comfortable recording themselves and publish their content in my fake platform. Yeah.
And if you personally were using your own product, would you be a content producer or a content consumer?
Well, I would be content consumers. I'm not, because I'm not comfortable with my voice.
For me, the hardest part was really working when you work in 360 on a rectangular screen. That in itself there's a challenge in how the interface would shape out and where you should place things so that people can see them but also not see them at the same time. This was about, there were many iterations of the project where I did change because it was smack in the middle, but you have to see the space around you. So it was really, WebVR is difficult that way because it's 360, but it's in a rectangle. What was fun was I got to record my family's stories. It was amazing. I got to speak to them all on the phone. Some of them were just calling them, putting the phone on speaker, and just putting a really good microphone under it in the hope of good quality. But I just got to speak to my family.
And in the wonderful examples that you let us listen to, I saw with your grandfather and grandmother, you kind of guided them through the experience. Even though your UI was wisely, beautifully simple. Did your other family members record it and use it themselves, or was there somebody there saying, how about this question?
No, so not all of my family members got to see the exact UI that I had. A lot of them just went on Street View and then recorded just to see the space. So no, not really. Not all of them got the chance to see the exact interface. I was iterating while I was getting them to record their stories, so it was kind of happening simultaneously.
Right, that's one of the things I like about it, that you can easily use it by yourself, but it's also really fun to have somebody else encourage you to do it, somebody in your family. So you feel like you're opening up to them, and through the service, to the whole rest of your family and to people after you're gone, which is really powerful. So David, you told us a little bit about a moment when your users surprised you, so to speak, and I'm curious to hear from all of you about that. a moment when testing something and you realize, hey, these people aren't doing what I thought they would do. And as designers, that happens to us a lot. Your users don't always obey what you think are obvious dictates or what you think is intuitive. They don't, for example. So I'd like to hear from all of you, or David, you can expand on that if you want. If there was other moments in each of your projects where you were surprised by what users did, and if so, how did you deal with that?
I think I'm continuously surprised by how much we take for granted in the onboarding experiences of a new technology. The assumptions that we make in terms of how somebody's going to be comfortable, or if the instructions are on screen that they'll follow it, tend to go out the window when somebody's handed something new for the first time. And so continuing to be super conscious of, if this is new in any way, what is it going to take to make this comfortable for somebody that's not a designer, not in technology, or even if they are. So that's always a surprise.
For me, the booth, what I've noticed with it in the exhibition space is that people can't necessarily figure out how to go inside, and so I kind of have to show them. So I wanted to build a door, but I never got around to doing that, so it's really just a curtain with 2 other layers of curtains inside. So that's difficult, and what do they do when they go inside? So I printed out a set of instructions, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to read them and do that. And also when I was just testing the audio on men, a lot of them said things like, well, I'm not surprised that these things are happening, or I'm aware that this is happening, but I don't know what to do. And those conversations were what really propelled me to also design the cards and the mobile version of the cards, because that to me is the essence of the project, is having more men speak to each other about gender equality, because when you say the word gender equality, most people think women. They don't think men. They don't include men in the conversation. So I'll just tail off there because I know we're running out of time.
Thank you. Andrew?
Well, for me, at first I thought people would feel awkward talking to themselves while walking on the street. So I tested it out, and it turns out people kind of fine with this because they thought they're just talking over phone. This can really surprise me.
So it turned out to be easier than you thought, actually,
Yeah,
not harder.
way easier.
That's always nice.
With the onboarding, it was interesting for me. I think my thesis advisor really helped me completely change the shape of what it was. Earlier, as you saw, there's a big prompt at the beginning, and it kind of tells you a different prompt that you can answer every time. That was secondary when I first made it. When I first made it, I thought people already know what they want to say. People already know which memories they want to leave behind, so they're just going to go there and they're going to leave it behind. But that was putting a lot of pressure on anyone who got onto this interface and had to leave behind something, but they didn't know where to start. So I kind of had to bring that ahead and make that the primary interaction.
Right. So I'll start with you since you were just answering that. If you take this to the next step, and I'm curious for each of you, now that I guess you're officially graduated, basically right now, but starting tomorrow when you walk in commencement, each of you has a very bright future ahead of you, as do all your classmates. Do you guys plan on moving forward with this project? And if so, what would you do next?
I think there's a couple of times people mentioned that what I worked on was also just, there's an underlying infrastructure that could be used for many other things. I remember Cozy saying oral history is a good idea and things like that. So I definitely would want to look at least at the infrastructure of this and see if there's a tool that could be fleshed out of it and made more flexible for other situations.
Well, I would love to bring this to life, but before doing that, I would need more, usability testing and make it more, usable.
Yeah, I mean, I've tested, well, not tested, I've had people use this and come out and say, this is great, can you bring it to, my school? And I've talked to, specifically this week, a young man came and he tried it out and he was really enthusiastic about it. So I really do think that there is a need for it and there's a use for it. And so I will probably start networking with people who can introduce me to the right people at different colleges. and seeing if I can bring it myself, or if two, because it's in audio and I can create a schematic of how to build the booth, like share it with them and they can do it on their campus without me there as well. So yeah, I'd definitely like to continue working on it.
Yeah, Bill and I are very excited to continue collaborating on this project. I think that one thing we're interested in is how to systematize this with the Wildlife Conservation Society. Dr. Sanderson has been interested in, while we put a lot of time into creating each of these environments, would it be possible to use that data and translate it directly to maybe anywhere you picked in New York? Also really excited to work with the Lenape Center to bring human voices into that narrative, and finally thinking about how this might be even better adapted for a fourth grade curricula for New York City teachers.
Great. Well, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I have the pleasure of introducing our closing keynote to kind of tie up the day and send these folks on their way. She is a design and technology consultant and founder of a firm called Blueprint. Her work over the past almost 20 years spans, let's see, brand development, digital strategy, user experience design, data modeling, and dare I say, wonderful behaviors. She self-reportedly runs a tight ship and has zero tolerance for poor design, sloppy documentation, convoluted architecture, or dead weight. She has been described as the unrelenting force that holds the entire project and its people together. So as such, she seemed to us the best person to close today, embodying some of the very principles and practices that we teach over the course of 2 years. She teaches leadership, ethics, and professional practices here at SVA in addition to her professional work. Please help me welcome Munar Ahmed.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. After spending an incredible and insightful semester with all of you and seeing your culmination of your thesis work presented on stage here today, I am both humbled and honored to be giving your keynote closing address. So as Liz mentioned, I teach a course titled Leadership, Ethics, and Professional Practice in the final semester of the MFA program for Interaction Design. The course is meant to talk about many of the unspoken challenges of working, creating, managing, leading, resolving. It's the stuff that generally doesn't get covered outside of a class like this, and if you're lucky, it gets covered in therapy sometimes. And we cover topics like how do your unconscious biases shape your worldview, for better or for worse? You've built a rock star team. Now, how do you keep them? When pressed for time and money, how do you get creative with what you have? And why is Manower so completely and overly obsessed with Abraham Lincoln, which we did not resolve yet. Honest discourse in the classroom and honest discourse in the workplace are central to our ability to be the very best versions of ourselves. It's a core belief that shapes how I've conducted myself over the years, even before I was cognizant of it, and it's a core tenet of this program. In the early days of my career, I made products that would make other people's lives easier and make companies money. A few years in, I was able to be a bit more choosy in the roles that I took on, and it was also right around the time that the word experience arrived on the scene. The work we did was never really described in terms of experience and how to make that intangible, not so easy to measure awesomeness, a thing that we were always striving for. These days, most of the work I do is around organizational design. I help companies, a mix of for-profits and nonprofits, bring design thinking to their practices. I help them build better teams, think more broadly and deeply about problems, reduce the noise and cognitive load that surrounds people and their processes, change habits and behaviors, and all those things that people are looking for when they ask you to come in and fix it. In simple terms, I cut through the bullshit and I show product teams how to do the best work of their lives. I'm no stranger to conflict, and some might say that I invite it openly. Part of cutting through the BS of our working lives and our private lives is to simply call things out. It's not easy to do, but with some practice, you find that all that bottled up, festering nonsense, and it's the stuff that holds back individuals, teams, and ultimately the work. It's something that we can actually call out, talk out, and get on with the thing that we were meant to do. Open, healthy discourse has got to be at the heart of everything that we do. I'm here today to give a public congratulatory address. It's not a forum for religion or politics, and most certainly not intended to serve as a soapbox. But I'm going to go ahead and break some rules today to illustrate a point. And mostly because I believe elephants in the room deserve center stage. Cozy, that was for you. Any political statements I make are not intended to offend or disrespect or alienate. Rather, I hope to express how very much I just want to talk about perspective and what it means in the context of designing for the public at large. For anyone in this room who's ever had to design something before, you understand the importance of understanding your audience. And you understand the importance of this in a deeper way when you screw up with your audience. Yes, we use a priori knowledge, ethnographic research, questionnaires en masse, one-on-one interviews, post-use surveys, hidden cameras, analytics, anecdotes, all these different tools to try to understand the best case scenarios, the worst case scenarios, and every nuance bit in between. We learn to make the shift from persona to person. And at the end of the day, we know that understanding perspective, again, is everything. In the work that we do, in the making of things, whether it's for the hundreds or the thousands or the millions, there's a balance that we strike between input and intuition. We set out to make the very best of fill in the blank of whatever it is that you're making. And sometimes, despite our very best efforts and our inputs and our intuition, somehow the very best of this thing does not come to be. It doesn't catch on, it doesn't pay off, and at that specific moment in time, you have to decide for yourself. Should I unpack, which has happened here, or is it easier to just walk away? Earlier this year, I walked away from something very big, and it's something that I haven't fully unpacked yet. And there's a good chance that a lot of us did the same. On the evening of Friday, January 20th, I wrote a post on Facebook, and I generally write how I speak. It's raw, it's unfiltered, no holds barred. And because of the state I was in, still reeling from the shock of what had just happened, this particular post was more colorful than usual. For better or for worse, it was written from the gut. And sure enough, it was also received as a punch in the gut by 0.01 of my friend base on Facebook that took major offense to this post. I say friend base, but really these were all members of my husband's family. Matthew is third-generation American of German descent, born and raised on a small farm in Lamars, Iowa. And I was welcomed into their family 14 years ago when Matthew brought me home for that first Christmas, as my very first all-American Christmas experience as well. We've had 14 beautiful, warm, memorable years together with his family. and with our 2 children season after season. Matthew's mother in particular, I fell in love with early on. Even when I was having my 2 kids, Owen and Alistair, she's the only one I wanted in that delivery room with me. And I let Matthew in too. We became incredibly close over the years. Shortly after inauguration, Matthew's family confronted me on my very vocal posts. In turn, I confronted his family on beliefs, on how these beliefs translated into a vote, how I felt about that vote, and what that vote meant for the country and the world at large. And confronted is probably a nice way of putting it. Given the careful, measured approach I take in my professional life and my artful ability in handling conflict, this was anything but. I watched myself go into attack formation, doing and saying all the things I know not to do, obliterating any chance of healthy debate and productive discussion. These were people I had grown incredibly close to over 14 years, and yet here we were. This past January, many of us found ourselves in a heightened state of emotion and disbelief. And in that first month, many of us took to Facebook and Twitter to express our complete and utter dismay for what had just happened to our political system and how this might have bearing on political systems around the world. Some of us broke up with friends and family. Some of us took to the streets to march and find solidarity among strangers. We joined mailing lists, we checked facts, we made phone calls, we gave money, we defended sanctuary cities, we wrote letters. We were looking for every means possible to do something, anything, just short of giving up our day jobs. I recently had a chance to speak with Jason Patorti about his work in civic engagement over the last several years. He's been at the forefront of tackling how to engage and activate regular people like you and me. Jason co-founded something called Votizen back in 2010. It all started with the success of a Twitter campaign in 2010 in support of the startup visa, where thousands of people tweeted their support of the bill and Votizen delivered the messages to the appropriate people to help turn out the vote. Over time, Votizen was meant to be a way to knock on doors and talk to people about issues that might sway their way of thinking about things, but by using the power of targeted social and not actual boots on the ground. When only about half of the population is registered to vote, knowing who to talk to and how to talk to them is incredibly important. And Votizen proved out that being able to have individual conversations with people had the power to tilt elections. In mid-March of this year, I stumbled across a post for something called ResistBot. I had put together a clunky workflow for getting in front of my Congress people that was sort of working, but mostly not, and an incredibly inefficient way to go about this on a daily basis. So I was really excited to dig in a bit on what Eric Reese and Jason Patorti had come up with earlier this year. In Eric's words, and I'm going to just read an excerpt. ResistBot was born out of my personal frustrations with trying to contact my members of Congress. I know it's important to do it every day, and there are dozens of blog posts and websites that tell you only a certain way counts, calls, emails, faxes, town halls, etc. My reps' phone lines are always jammed, and there's only someone there during the day. So most days, I don't actually get around to connecting with an actual person, let alone all 3 for my 2 senators and 1 House rep. So I started trying to email each day. But Congress has accomplished the amazing feat of making it really hard to email them. It's actually easier to fax. So I started faxing every day, and I wanted to make sure my faxes were getting through. So I started learning about how congressional offices handle messages. It turns out that most of them use software to help them categorize the inbound messages they get, sort them into issue buckets, and tally up the for against numbers. Faxes and emails get automatically scanned and dumped into that flow, as long as they are not form letters and are verifiably from a constituent. So I pulled together a team solely built of volunteers like you and me to solve this problem. ResistBot makes it insanely easy to generate a fax, to each of my representatives every day. And it doesn't tell me what to say, but makes my short text into a nice looking letter. Now I have my voice heard daily. That's the end of the excerpt. So as I was digging into the story a little bit more over the last few weeks, Jason Patorti and I got to talking about the magic that happens when you make it easy for people to talk about the things that they want to talk about and to do things on their terms. In this case, texting is a thing that we were doing anyway, so how about we just take that and turn it into a fax? And then we also started to talk about what it takes to help people see other perspectives, because that's really at the core of what this is all about. This problem is yet to be solved, and it is a question that a lot of us have dedicated ourselves to answering. How do you have the conversations that need to be had and work through perspectives and help actually change behavior? ResistBot was awesome, and it's finally given me the most frictionless path to getting in front of my congressperson. But Chuck Schumer or Kristen Gillibrand or Carolyn Maloney don't necessarily need to hear from me. My state and district are doing just fine. They're already fighting my fight. I now wanted to tackle the bigger, more looming question on how to break through to the other side. Back in January, I was not the best version of myself. I had behaved in a shameful way, and it still weighs on me quite heavily. In a moment where the best version of myself was most needed, I instead did what was easy and what came to me in the heat of the moment. I had a point to make, I had facts to cite, I was aggressive, and I was ugly. I've not yet repaired any of these relationships, but I have spent a considerable amount of time trying to understand the framework which brought about this kind of behavior in the first place. Moral framing, as it turns out, is the tidy little phrase that I should have understood and internalized before lobbying these arguments. In a nutshell, people tend to present their arguments in a way that appeals to the ethical code of their own side, without any real understanding of what the other person is thinking. Liberals might value ABC, conservatives XYZ. And when we're trying to make an argument to win the hearts and minds of the other side, we have to morally reframe our argument. The Oatmeal, authored by Matthew Inman, is one of my go-to sources for truth and corroboration. I love Harper's, I love NPR, I love the New York Times, and I really love my weekly dose of the oatmeal. I've had Reframe on the brain, almost obsessively so, and apparently so is Matthew Inman. His timing was impeccable, and he wrote up a fairly lengthy, well-researched, beautifully illustrated piece last week. And it breaks things down in terms that even my kindergartner, Alistair, can understand. Reframe, reframe, reframe. It's not an easy thing to do, and it is a mental stretch. You have to rewire your brain a bit to think on the spot in this way. And it's not to say that this type of reframing would have an immediate and profound effect on the person I'm speaking to. It would be naive to think so. But it does, without a doubt, allow me to get off on a better foot with this person, start engaging with an earnest interest to engage, and ultimately lead to a productive conversation. No one's a good guy or the bad guy in this, and it's not about one person winning the argument over the other. It's really just about having the healthiest, most productive conversation we can possibly have, given the different frameworks we're coming from. So what's been hard about all of this on a more personal level is knowing that I'm a designer, a problem solver, a truth seeker, a peacemaker. Building things people want to use and delivering on the promise of a great experience is what I do. It's what all of us do. It's what we've dedicated our careers to and why we are sitting here today. All of you who are graduating from this program, 2 years ago, you made the choice to be here. And you made the choice to immerse yourself in your courses, to engage with faculty you shared an interest with, and to help each other uncover the things you were meant to uncover in your time here. And in that time, there's a tremendous amount of making that's happened, of wiring and rewiring in your brains, all good stuff. And in that time, you may have also found yourself in dark places, unable to find the right words, or break through creatively, or wonder where the time went when we were looking down instead of looking up. But I think the darkest places we find ourselves in, professionally or personally, is when we are unable to understand the perspective of where someone else is coming from. It's a bit ironic, given that we pride ourselves in our innate ability for empathy and for being able to put ourselves in the shoes of others. It's what we do, after all, and it's what we've dedicated our lives to. My greatest struggles over the years, professionally or personally, or politically, can easily be traced back to not being able to have a conversation. And not just a check-the-box type of conversation. It takes courage to go initiate something meaningful with your teammate, a boss, a family member, a person who has influence over an outcome that really matters to you. Knowing how to have these conversations and knowing the importance of having them early and often can mean the difference between the outcome that you wanted versus an outcome that you now have to figure out how to shoulder through. This has been a year of heightened emotion, of fear, disbelief, and uncertainty. There are mornings I lay in bed, completely immobilized, angry, tearful, unable to move out from under the weight of it all. And I lay there thinking, I'm not quite sure what I can do more of, or better yet, what I can do differently. And I have to remind myself, I am surrounded by makers, by writers, by artists, by designers, by engineers. The people I surround myself with, look to, and look up to every single day. And when I've seen us make even the smallest shift in the way we think about things, how we solve a problem, our perspective, our behaviors, our ability to reframe, that is when, and only when, the wonderful and the unexpected happens. As a class, you've shown your wonders and your talents over these 2 years, in your courses, in your thesis, in the way you've grown as individuals. You've uncovered some of the things you want to set out to solve, but as you already know, this is just the very beginning. There is so much yet for you to uncover. Keep your hearts and your minds open. Be that person who is always willing to start the conversation, whether it's across party lines, across a conference room, or across the dinner table. The best work of your lives will happen when you keep the dialogue open. Thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful speech and those thoughts to close off this incredible day. I just want to be the first, together with Emily, to offer our congratulations to the class of 2017. What you've seen here today is highly, highly compressed versions of what these students have been laboring on for the past year. Just everything smushed into 7 minutes, but they have a lot more to show you. If you'd like to join us at the exhibition and reception afterwards, you can see their prototypes in person, in many cases fully functional prototypes. You can ask more questions, you can see the process behind what went into all these things, and you can ask questions, you can hang out with families, you can have a drink, which I guess a few of you might want to do. And also be together with the design community and all of the IXD alums who've also joined us. Emily can tell you where the Highline Loft is. We neglected to put this address on a slide, so you can just ask anybody. We're going to say it now, and then you'll forget it, and then you'll just ask somebody, but we'll say it anyway.
So we'll be at 508 West 26th Street. That's between 10th and 11th. 508 West 26th from 4 to 6 p.m. We hope to see you there. Fifth.
Yes. Yes, please, you can wander over anytime you want. We'll be there from 4 to 6 and probably later. If you don't get there till later, that's fine. We'll probably be there until 7. But please join us there, and we look forward to hanging out with you more. And thank you again.
Before you head out, just one more thing. I'd like to call out just a few people who are all around us who have contributed to what you saw today, including the reception that you're about to head to. First, David Rhodes, SVA President, Anthony Rhodes, Executive Vice President, Jeff Neeson, our Provost, who have sat in on most of the presentations today, along with Stephen Heller, our department's co-founder. Thank you so much to them. We also have a sponsor for our reception this evening, WeWork. Thank you so much to WeWork and to the students who have worked with WeWork to make that happen. We're so appreciative and hope you too can join us. Munar, Ahmed, thank you for that absolutely beautiful closing remarks. We're so glad that you could have joined us and so honored to have you on the faculty. Thank you for that. The SVA theater staff who has helped us put on this presentation today, they are back there. Thank you so much. Big round of applause. And then I'm going to ask all the volunteers who are part of the first and second year classes, would you mind standing up just if you're still standing, if you're still alive? Thank you to you, Peter, photographer. And then a special thanks to Azu Roma, who else? Julian Gonzalez and Son. There you are. Thank you so much to these three who have designed the incredible, stunning presentation materials, the wayfinding systems, the websites, and all the materials that sort of got you here today. Thank you so much for your work. You heard almost from every remark that the students made on the power of the thesis advisor. I see you standing all around. You've come from different countries, from different parts of the United States, and you're watching on the live stream. Thank you for your ongoing support. These students could have never done it without you. Thank you. A few more people. Jason Raby, who's part of our staff. He's our special project agent. Jason, are you back there? Yeah, thank you. Gwen Kurtz, our Director of Operations, who is at the Highline Loft, has put this whole thing together. Gwen, we know you're watching. And Wolfgang Gill, who's not only a film star. Wolfgang, would you mind coming up? Yeah. Wolfgang is our Senior Systems Technology Analyst. So, no, you have to stay up. Unless you're putting out a fire, come back up. And Eric and Emily are thesis faculty. Without you, none of this could happen. Thank you for your dedication, for your patience, for your perseverance, for your coaching and critique. Would you join us on stage? Thank you. Thank you to all the friends and family supporters in the design community, in particular the alumni from the beginning of the program on who have joined us here today, both virtually and in person. And last but not least, the class of 2017. Please come on up. Congratulations to you. Okay.
Yeah, someone's got to take a huge photo of us.
Yeah, we're going to do a huge photo.
I think there is a final slide too. It has like fireworks.
And congratulations. That's all from us. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations.
Who's taking the picture? Like 20 people. Okay, one at a time.
Wait, there's 100 parents out there. That's what they're best at.
please join us at the Highline Loft. If you check our Twitter account, the address is there. You can link right to it.
One more thing.
And one more thing.
Hey, so just one last thing. David and us and I would like to sincerely thank the first years. This is an amazing first year class. In particular, there's Noor,
Janelle, Azu, Wilson, Kinjal were all advising us, rushing around last minute, putting together things in the exhibition, even helping us finish our prototypes.
Yeah. They've helped us so much. Yeah.
And we are...
Yeah, in general, it's just been an amazing class. It's been amazing, very humbling to watch you guys, to learn from you guys, to see you guys work. And so we can't imagine, we're just so excited to see what you come up with next year. But for now,
thanks, guys.
The Highline Loft.